Fox Sports.
We are Fox Sports. We are Ohio.
It is another spectacular weather night in downtown Cincinnati, and we welcome you inside Great American Ballpark. Down to the final 5 games of this 2013 regular season, and we know the Reds are going to the playoffs again. 3rd time in the last 4 years. They're still 2 behind St. Louis. For the top spot in the National League Central, Gio Gonzalez on the mound tonight for the Nationals, and the Pirates will be in Chicago. Reds and the Pirates each at 90 up, 67 down. And hi again, everybody, alongside the Cowboys. Jeff Brantley, I'm Tom Brenneman. Welcome, as always, to Reds baseball. And well, we thought the Reds would get it done in the 9th. That didn't happen, so they just waited until the 10th to get the win.
Yes, they did, and they got it done with their leadoff hitter, believe it or not, a guy that was actually questionable starting this ball game, and he ends up with 3 hits, that one being one of the biggest. The 10th inning double. Actually, I think it was ruled a single off the left center field wall, but he hit it a ton, inches between being a home run.
Mesoraco, the guy that started that 10th inning rally with a 1-out hit. Derek Robinson, a big hit, and Shue finished him off. And now the Reds, for the 4th time in franchise history, they're in the postseason in back-to-back years. First time Cowboy since the heyday of the Big Red Machine.
And I think that's one of the reasons you didn't see the champagne popping in the dugout or in the locker room last night. This club has their eye on the division, and I think that's one of those serious issues. It's amongst the guys in the clubhouse. They want the win big time in the division. That's when they'll pop it, but they got to work to get there.
Of course, Joey Votto last night, we saw another Reds franchise record. He walked unbelievably 5 times in the game last night, only the 3rd Red ever to do it.
It's amazing the eye that Votto has and the ability to foul off the very difficult pitches that come to the plate. You put that kind of walks together, and these are not intentional walks. These are walks that he has earned getting on base. An on-base percentage leading the league yet again.
So here we go. 2nd game of this series. Every one of them a big one now. Reds are still chasing the Cardinals. We'll talk about tonight's starting pitcher, what kind of role he's been on. You're watching Reds baseball on Fox Sports Ohio.
Presented by authority of the Cincinnati Reds and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cincinnati Reds.
We have been blessed with glorious weather here in Cincinnati, really the entire summer, and these last 4 days have just been spectacular. But what about the rest of the night? It's brought to you by Tri-State Orthopedics and our main man from WKRC, Tim Edmond.
Some of you have referred to this pregame segment on Fox Sports Ohio as Hedrick hijinks. Others have called it Doppler Tim tomfoolery. I'm here to say one thing. I resemble that remark. Now give me a pitch to hit. Give me a pitch to hit. I want a pitch to hit. I want it right down the middle. Little cool at the ballpark. 64 final out. I'm excited. I love this city. I love this team. I love this game. Enjoy the game on Fox Sports Ohio. I resemble that remark.
He's the best, isn't he, Cowboy?
He is. I love watching that segment.
Nobody's been hitting Mike Leake here lately. He comes in having gone 20 and a third consecutive scoreless innings.
Speaking of loving the segment, the Reds love when Mike Leake takes them out, especially lately. He is on a pennant chase run. 20 and a third scoreless innings over his last 3 starts. Leake is pitching like he wants to be in that playoff rotation.
And the man he's opposing tonight, a native of Defiance, Ohio. He's back healthy again, Cowboy, after shoulder problems. And when he's healthy, this guy's a good pitcher.
He really is, Tom. He tends to have base runners on, but he gets out of tough situations. These two locked up, Leake and Neese, back on May 21st. Neither gave up an earned run. If the Mets defense hadn't have failed this kid, we might still be playing.
All right, Reds know they're going to the playoffs. At the very minimum in that wild card game. But with 5 to go, they're 2 behind the Cardinals. Still in search of that division championship. Sports Ohio brought to you by the Ford F-Series trucks, a best-selling truck in America 36 straight years. By Cincinnati USA Regional Tourism Network. Book your stay at CincinnatiUSA.com. And by Skyline Chili. If you're feeling good, it's Skyline time. Crowd rolling into Great American Ballpark tonight. Tomorrow against the Mets, off on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and come the Pirates. But Terry Collins' Mets are here tonight. And his starting lineup has Young, Murphy, and Wright at the top. Duda, Lagares, and Mike Baxter getting the start in right field. Travis d'Arnaud behind the plate. Wilfredo Tovar, the shortstop, and Jonathan Neese is on the mound. Mike Leake trying to become the first 15-game winner on this Red staff. He is one of 3 14-game winners on this current staff, and at strike one, we're underway to Eric Young. There you see the numbers for Leake. His 31st start and closing in on 200 innings for what would be the first time in his major league career.
How amazing it is to see those numbers, and there was a chance this guy was not going to be in the rotation. Coming out of spring training, all the talk was, we want Mike Leake gone, we want Chapman in the rotation. He might have lost 15 wins.
Well, of course, that same conversation carried into the month of April, and that one is slapped into center field, and that'll be a base hit for Young. He has 41 stolen bases on the season, been thrown out 11 times, so here we go. The Reds on defense, presented by your Ford dealers. Same group we saw last night, except for the battery. Hannigan and Cueto then, Mesoraco and Leake now. Well, you may remember when Leake got off to such a poor start this year in the month of April, and of course Cueto had gone down on the disabled list. Tony Cingrani came up and was virtually unhittable. Had an ERA of under 1. Won his first 3 major league decisions, and everybody wondered when Cueto comes back, is Leake the one who will go to the minor leagues, and Cingrani stays, as it's ball 1 to Daniel Murphy. And Dusty Baker, to his credit, he came out and he said, I don't know about the rest of you guys, but this is the easiest decision I've ever had to make in my life. Mike Leake will stay in that rotation.
He is a heavy-duty competitor. He may not have the blow-away fastball to light up that Escort radar gun, but the guy knows how to pitch. And last I checked, that's what that position's called, pitcher.
Leake went 8-9 a season ago. His team won 16 of the 30 starts that he made. And here he is this year, pretty much since putting the month of April in the rearview mirror. He's been as good as anybody statistically in the entire league ever since. Off the outside corner, 2-1 to the Mets second baseman Daniel Murphy. Murphy having a good year. .283 batter, 12 home runs, 73 runs batted in, closing in on 40 doubles.
Yeah, you got a 2-hole hitter hitting right at that 300 mark. He's probably going to end up with 75+ RBIs, but the doubles, Tom, you can't replace that.
In the air, short left field. Ludwig coming in, Cozart going out. Ryan will make the call on the catch, and that's out number 1 in inning number 1.
I think this day and age, Tom, when you look at a starting pitcher, everyone wants to have a Clayton Kershaw or a Justin Verlander, someone that lights up the radar gun, strikes out 200, 250 batters a season. But the bottom line is getting outs and not allowing runs to cross the plate.
Now the third baseman, David Wright, at 311, has 18 home runs, 57 runs batted in. Wright spent a lot of time on the disabled list, just activated, in fact, over the weekend against Philadelphia. We mentioned the fact that he homered in each of his first 2 games. And now the Reds, if they were going to win that game against these Mets last night, tonight, tomorrow, they were going to have to find a way to not let Wright be the guy to beat him. They walked him his first 2 times up last night. Got him on a pop up to short. Good play by Cozart in the 6th, and Sam LeCure got a huge out with 2 on and nobody out, striking out Wright looking in the 8th inning.
Well, you got to keep this guy in the ballpark. He is a tremendous home run threat. He may only have 18 home runs on the year, But please remember, he's playing in an awfully big ballpark in New York.
Blake has had very, very good success against David Wright. 0-1 the count. Young, a decent lead, not a really big lead over at first, and the count is even at 1-1. Saw Eric Young's dad before the ball game today. Here Eric Young with the Mets having a 40 stolen base season. His father had 6 such seasons during his major league career.
They look like twins.
They really do. I'm not sure his dad looks like he's aged at all.
No. I saw him and I didn't know which one was which. If the kid hadn't had on his gym shorts, I would have thought it was the other way around. His pop still looks like he could put it on.
Well, you're right. Of course, his dad will forever be known for the outstanding seasons. He bounced around with some teams, but he really came into his own as a player when the Colorado Rockies were born. He had the franchise's first home run there on opening day. Throw down to second, and it's too high. And Eric Young has his 42nd stolen base of the year. So he's in scoring position with 1 out and a 3-1 count now on David Wright.
Not a bad pitch to throw, but you can see the transfer of the ball from the glove to the hand for Mesoraco. That small amount of hesitation, split second with a tremendous base runner as Young is, cost you.
Look back at Young, and now the 3-1 pitch. Beautiful breaking ball. That's the old knee buckler right there for strike 2.
This has been a key pitch for Mike Leake here in 2013. He's always had it, but it's a matter of using it, and probably even more so having the confidence in it to throw it at any time.
Still 3-2. Mets have won 71 games. They've lost 85. They swept the Philadelphia Phillies over the weekend. They came into Cincinnati not only on that winning streak, but having won 7 of their last 10. Their goal is to finish 3rd now in the National League East, and they come into play tonight even. Identical records with Philadelphia behind Atlanta and Washington. Atlanta, of course, already having clinched the NL East title. Broken bat, and that's a base hit into center field. The run will not score as Young had to go back to second base in case Brandon caught it. He gave it a great effort, but just missed it. And they're on the corners with 1 away.
Didn't quite get this ball in enough, trying to cut it in on the hands or run it in on the hands of the batter Wright. He runs it in, but the ball stayed on the part of the inside corner.
Young at 3rd, Wright at 1st, and here's Lucas Duda. He hit his 15th home run of the season here last night, which equaled his career high established a season ago. And Duda knocked in both New York runs in the game. The solo home run of the 6th to tie it. He had a sac fly RBI in the 3rd inning. You better keep an eye on Wright too. He is 17 out of 20 in stolen base attempts.
David Wright reminds me of Jeff Bagwell over there at first base. He's a very smart base runner. He reads the pitcher, and if you don't pay attention to him, he will take second in a hurry.
Good block there by Mesoraco, preventing Wright from advancing on to second base. Ball 1.
And you see the games that Wright plays over there at first base. That lead, that pitch, he was not even a step and a half off the bag. And if you're a pitcher, you look over, you think, oh, well, he's not running, and then you forget to look back. He'll continue to creep off the bag and get that running lead.
Larry Vanover calling the balls and strikes tonight. Greg Gibson out at first base. The crew chief is the second base umpire, Brian Gorman. And Tony Randazzo, the umpire, at 3rd. On the outside corner once more, and that's to get ahead of Duda to ball and 2 strikes.
That's an awfully good pitch there by Leake. A cut fastball that started off the plate and came right back to the outside corner. You can see the spin looks very slider-like. He may try to take the sinker and start it there and run it off, see if he can't get him to swing at a ball for a double play.
Looked like he went around. They appeal. He did. A big second out here in this first inning for Leake, and 1 more to go.
This is a curveball inside. You can see from this angle as the ball really goes down. See the curveball grip. Ball looks like it's right on the inside corner. No, it's not.
Now the center fielder, Juan Lagares. 251 batter, 4 home runs, 33 runs batted in. Runners at first and third, 2 are out. And there's that breaking ball once more, and again it badly fools a Mets batter. Strike 1.
But you get young hitters coming to the plate, Tom, especially with runners in scoring position. They want to do something right away. They don't have the patience to wait. The adrenaline's up. They want to swing at the first pitch, hit that fastball, and try to get that run in. Leake using his major league experience to know better.
Young started the inning with a single. He stole second base. An out later, went to third on a broken bat flare by Wright. And there's a broken bat roller to Phillips, and that will end the inning. Beautifully done by Mike Leake. 2 hits, 2 left. Reds are coming up. Take a look at Dusty Baker's starting lineup. Shin-Soo Choo once more leading off. Brandon Phillips, Joey Votto, Ryan Ludwig, the cleanup batter in left field. Jay Bruce in right. Todd Frazier down at third. And the latter third of Cozart, Devin Mesoraco, and Mike Leake. And we mentioned earlier a graduate of Defiance High School in Defiance, Ohio, left-hander Jonathan Neath.
Anytime you come back to where you grew up, your home state, you want to show off for your family and friends, and I'm sure Jonathan Neath has a lot of them here tonight. He's awfully tough against left-handers, and we know the Reds' top hitters in their lineup are left-handed.
Shin-Soo Choo, first pitch swinging, base hit center field. So Choo ended the game last night with a base hit, and he begins the bottom of the first inning on a first pitch base hit tonight.
Fastball in with Travis d'Arnaud set up away. And Choo rips it right back up the box.
Coming back to his home state, the Buckeye State, has not been a good experience for young Jonathan Neese. Now we're talking about 2 starts here in Cincinnati, 2 interleague starts up in Cleveland, a 1-2 record and an ERA of nearly 6.5.
He allows a lot of base runners. Matter of fact, he is one of the top pitchers in the league.
And that one shot into right field by Brandon. 2 pitches, 2 hits, and here come the Reds right from the get-go.
This is where the Reds they must cash in on Jonathan Neese when these types of things happen. This is where he has his best issue. As you see the fastball in again, Phillips a great job inside out. That's when you know Brandon is on the money, when he's shooting the ball to right field and staying inside the ball. But this is where Neese is at his best. With runners on, he just has some way of working out of it.
Joey Votto at 308, 24 home runs, 73 batted in, looks at a strike right down the middle. Votto 5 walks in the game here last night, tying an all-time Reds franchise single game record. His next walk will break an all-time season record in walks, and he has looked at 2 fastballs right down the middle of the plate from Jonathan Neese. 0-2.
When you walk 130 plus times, the opponents know that you're taking early. They're coming right at you. I get asked that question all the time. Votto's not driving the ball. He's not swinging early in the count. There are some years that go that way. And for this year, for Joey Votto, he has fought pitches off, and he has raised his on-base percentage by getting on via the walk. It's not all been about gap shots and driving in runs. That's been left up to Brandon Phillips and Jay Bruce. But he's been aboard when they've been hitting.
Started 2, they appeal, and he did not go around. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Votto.
I mean, let's be honest, Tom. The at-bats that we've seen from Joey this year are very similar to what you see from a leadoff hitter, fighting the ball off, shooting it over the third base dugout, and working the count just to get aboard, whether it's a walk or a single. But there have been times as well when the Reds have needed a big shot, i.e. Pittsburgh, a line drive down the left field line. It's a home run. The power is there. It's just a matter of circumstance.
2-2 to count. And there's strike 3 call.
Took all 3 fastballs. Strike 1, strike 2, strike 3. That's why it's incumbent on Ryan Ludwig to get things going in the right direction. Tough night last night. Reds really need him to rebound tonight, especially with the left-hander on the mound.
And he bounces one into center field. That'll be a base hit. This kid's got a good arm in center. Here comes a throw, and Chu is out at the plate.
That was a great throw from Lagares.
Talked about last night. That is his 13th outfield assist on the season. He ranks among the top 3 in the league, and this was a bullet.
The charge, the aggressiveness, the speed of Lagares accents the throw. This kid comes after the ball very aggressively. You see the one-arm snatch, and he comes up firing from glove to throw quickly. One hop right to d'Arnaud. You can't draw it up or teach it any better than what you saw from the Mets center fielder there.
Jay Bruce looks at a first pitch fastball down the middle of strike Well, that Lagares, the release there, that was almost reminiscent of the one-time Dodger Raul Mondesi.
Yes.
Remember the way he used to turn it loose?
He got from the glove to release very quickly. It's hard to do that when you're in running motion, as most outfielders are.
Now, among center fielders, Lagares has the most assists among all National League center fielders. Oh, what a throw that was. I mean, you saw d'Arnaud. I mean, he didn't move.
No.
It was right on the plate.
And we saw last night a throw from Lagares home, and Mark Berry had to hold the runner, Frazier, at third base. I mean, that is a weapon.
We talk about it all the time. It is such a unique throw, having to do it from center as opposed to left to right because of the mound. You have to clear the mound with the throw.
That's why it's so important to charge the ball aggressively, so you can land the ball right over the top of the mound in between there and home.
Golly day.
That is how Jonathan Niese has pitched throughout the second half.
3 hits in the inning, and the Reds do not score. Two teams in just 1 inning of play. You know, we were talking about Mike Leake coming in, and now his scoreless inning streak goes to 21 1/3 after the scoreless top of the first. He's knocking on the door. Some pretty tall cotton there. Mr. Browning in '89 and again in '90, and of course Tom Seaver, after coming over in 1977, his first year as a Red. All he did that first year was put together a 27 inning consecutive scoreless streak.
Leake is a consummate pitcher, not going to try to overpower anybody.
Mike Baxter getting a start out in right field tonight. Only a 190 batter, 4 runs batted in without a home run.
And I really believe, Tom, that the 2 off-speed pitches for Leake have made a tremendous difference this year. The changeup, he's taken a little bit off of it, but the curveball has been a real equalizer.
You know, there is one guy on this Red staff more so than anybody else, and it would make perfect sense because of the stuff they have. You know, you look at Bailey, you look at Cueto, you look at Matt Latos. There's a base hit.
Wow,
it had a funny hop all the way on it. I mean, that had a lot of movement on it, almost like a knuckleball going into right field. I mean, you really can't blame Jay Bruce for that one. That was as strange a looking ball leaving the bat and in the air as you'll ever see.
It looked like he got so far inside the ball that it was spinning back towards center field, That looked like he hit it down the left field line versus the right center field gap.
And we know Bruce is as good as it gets in the National League, and I would suspect we don't see everybody play in the American League, but it would be hard to imagine there is a better defender in right field than Jay Bruce. Breaking ball in there, strike to d'Arnaud, the number 7 hitter. That has scored a double, so a 2-base hit for Baker to begin the New York second inning.
You're right, Tom. That ball had some really weird spin to it.
That was almost like a wiffle ball going into the outfield.
And it was exacerbated as the ball hit the ground and it kicked back towards Choo. It's a good thing that Choo was hustling that way. Otherwise, that baby may have trickled out towards the wall. And Jay wasn't loafing. He got a good break to the ball. It just ran away from him.
0-2 to d'Arnaud. Runner at second, nobody out. League going to work, and it's off the outside corner. We're starting to talk about League, who has almost become like a little brother to Bronson Arroyo. And they spend a lot of time together, talk pitching. I think it's safe to say that if there's one guy that's benefited from having Bronson Arroyo around, and really everybody on the team has benefited from having Bronson Arroyo around, but maybe none more so than Mike Leake.
And I think the big thing that Leake has really started to take to heart from Arroyo is the ability to change speeds with the same pitch, whether it's the cutter, whether it's the sinker, sometimes the curveball or the changeup. But Leake has really gone to a point where moving the ball all around the strike zone and changing speeds, the same effect that you get from Bronson Arroyo, just not the same style.
Leake had a little bump in the road. Those first 21 starts, I mean, if you were to really break it into even smaller chunks than that, say you went his first 5, I mean, the numbers were terrible. Then the next 16 or 17 were great. He had the 6-game stretch there. You see the ERA up over 7, and now really finishing strong as it remains 2-2 on d'Arnaud.
Just like a batter gets into a hitting slump, you want to make that tough time in your year as short as possible. And even though you saw those numbers there in the 6-start stretch, each of those 6 starts weren't terrible. It was just a part of the year where Mike Leake, maybe his arm wasn't feeling the way that it did early. Maybe he lost a little bit of release point. But you look back at the first half and the numbers for Mike Leake were worthy of the All-Star team. And that's one of the things that when you talk about a guy that really has been your number 5 starter, I mean, my goodness, how do you hope for better than that?
3-2 now on d'Arnaud. Runner at second and nobody out. And there's strike 3 called on the outside corner. Second strikeout of the game for Leake.
You strike out a batter with a fastball at 3-2. Well, really a lot of times with a fastball at any point in time with a runner in scoring position, you've just beat the batter mentally. You've worked him to a point where he's looking for something else and you just paralyzed him.
So now the number 8 hitter, Wilfredo Tovar. We mentioned that he made his major league debut on Sunday in Philadelphia and had quite a day. A couple of hits, knocked in a run. He officially played in his second major league game here last night. He came on, you may remember, in the 10th inning and bunted Satin over, who had led off that top of the 10th with a base hit. But then Manny Parra got the line drive double play off the bat of Eric Young, and the Reds won it in the bottom of the inning. And that's into center field, a base hit. They are going to wave the runner around. Chu looked like took a long time getting that ball out of his mitt. When that ball went into center, you thought he had a legitimate chance. And it wasn't even close, and the Mets have a 1-0 lead.
Very similar to the same ball that Ryan Ludwig hit earlier that Lagares threw out the Reds runner at the plate. You see where Chu is charging very aggressively, but instead of a quick crow hop and release, it almost looked like a crow hop and then another crow hop. That extra step cost you at the plate.
So the scoreless inning streak is by the board for Mike Leake as the Mets get to him here in the second inning on a single by the number 8 hitter. And now it's a pitcher, Jonathan Niese. 7 hits, 35 at bats, 2 doubles, 4 runs batted in. He can hit.
You look at outfielders, Tom, coming in on balls. Jay Bruce is awfully good at it. And I think a lot of it has to do with confidence in catching the ball. You're very aggressive. You come in, you get the ball, and you get the ball from glove to release as soon as possible. We saw Lagares do it, and we saw what happens when you're not quick. Even though you charge the ball, you got to the ball quickly. But if the ball doesn't come out of your hand quick, you lose a step, and a step costs you at the plate.
That one hooked into right field. That'll be a base hit. They're going to wave around the runner. Now Bruce gets rid of that ball quickly, and there's your answer.
That's what I'm talking about. Almost the identical type of play that Chu had. But watch how quickly Jay gets rid of the baseball. One hop, bam, here comes the throw. And you see how the throw gets to the plate. It is a one-hop throw. And I mean, this beat the runner. Mesoraco was waiting on it. That's textbook. But then again, we've talked about Jay Bruce so many times. Gold Glove caliber defense in right field. First two steps as good as anybody.
13th outfield assist for Jay Bruce this season. So Niese at first base, 2 are out. And his ball is clobbered into deep left center field. Chu not going to get it. It bounces over the wall. The Reds get a break because Niese would have easily scored. Tell you what, they're squaring up. Mike Leake so far here tonight. That is 9 batters that have come to the plate. And make it a 10th batter now, and they have what, 6 base hits.
You see where that ball ended up, right in the heart of the plate. Mesoraco set up away. The two-seam fastball. Leake started it in, and the run didn't take the ball to the outside corner. It took it to the middle of the plate. And big league hitters, if that ball is around the middle of the strike zone, they're going to get good wood on it. And I think that's what Brian Price is talking with Mike Leake about right now. Let's get the ball to the corners. Stay out of the middle of the plate.
Inning began with a double by Baxter, but Leake came back to strike out d'Arnaud. Tovar a single in the center, plating a run. Niese a single to right, with Tovar being thrown out of the plate. And now Niese advances on to third after a double, ground rule double, off the bat of Eric Young. And there's Murphy, who popped up to Ludwig in short left field in the first inning.
It's a big out right here, the biggest Leake has had here in the early going.
Ran it way in on him and hooked foul.
And that's what you have to do as a pitcher. You get a team that's really going good. They start to put a rally together against you. You've got to get the ball in on their hands. You've got to make them retreat a little bit. It's not necessarily mean you spin it up around their chin, but you've got to make them retreat those hands. Put them on the defensive. There we go. So many times you see pitchers, when things start to go bad, they go away, away, away. The hitters just keep reaching out there and slapping it. You got to come in.
Well, he had a pitch to clobber right there and fouled it straight back. Leake got away with one. But there are rare nights, even on the games where you throw a 4-hit or 5-hit shutout. It is rare that you'll go through a game where the other team didn't have chances.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
To hit the baseball.
Just got to minimize those opportunities, and this is one of them right now.
Two and two to count on Daniel Murphy.
This ball starts on the plate, and as you can see, it just edges off. Now Lee can do two things. He can either come back in as he started earlier. He can backdoor the breaking ball, or he can start right back out there again.
Came back in and hooked foul out of play by Murphy. Remains at 2 balls and 2 strikes with 2 on and 2 out here in the second inning, and the Mets have taken a 1-0 lead.
Even though that last pitch was hit well, there was no chance for Murphy to keep it fair. It was a curveball that started on the inside corner. By the time he made contact, the ball was well in off the plate.
Leake has already thrown 45 pitches in this game, and we're in the second inning. 2-2 to Murphy. Ball 3.
You and I talked about this last night, Tom. That 2-2 count for a pitcher, you really want to make the hitter put the ball in play there. You get to 3-2, the hitter tends to zone in a little bit, realizing that you have to come in a certain zone in order to get him out, otherwise he's taking.
Well, the body language out there right now between pitcher and catcher, Cowboy, and you've lived it. It doesn't look all that good right now, does it?
Well, I think right now Leake is really trying to find his release point, just the finger pressure on the baseball. Normally Leake can cut it and sink it at will, but right now it's not there for him. And he knows that he does not want to make a mistake here, whether it be Murphy or whether it be the man that's standing on deck. But you got to make a pitch right here.
A lengthy at bat here for Daniel Murphy. It remains 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Well, it appears right now that Murphy is in the mode of driving the fastball the other way, and anything off speed he's going to pull.
9th pitch of this at bat, and once more dropped foul off to the third base side, not a play. So the next pitch for Leake is going to be number 50. And this will be the 10th pitch in this duel with Murphy.
It's a heck of an at bat by Daniel Murphy.
And already Brian Price on the horn down at that Reds bullpen, and bodies beginning to stir around. Once more the payoff pitch. And this one launched into right field, and the Mets have taken a 4-0 lead.
Well, it looked like Leake gave in with the fastball there, and you don't normally see that from Mike. It cost him big time here tonight. Fastball supposed to be in, and it runs right to the middle end part of the plate, and it hit hard.
Well, I mean, the Mets are just knocking the cover off the ball here tonight. 11 batters, and 7 of the 11 have base hits. Breaking ball is in there. Strike to David Wright. 1 ball and 1 strike. Wright singled into center field. That was back in the first inning when the Mets stranded 2. Well, we got a long way to go here tonight.
There's no doubt about that. Reds had 3 hits in the first inning. Now they didn't get a run, but they put 3 hits together.
Ooh, there's another base hit. You got to wonder, is that all for Leake? They got activity, the Reds do, out in their bullpen, but hadn't been all that long for the left-hander Zach Duke to get loose, and you've got a left-handed batter in Duda coming up now, and Mesoraco has been sent out to the mound.
Mesoraco is buying as much time as possible. I think the move right now is to bring Duke into the ball game. You don't normally see Mesoraco come out and just stand at the mound, and Dusty Baker is going to make the hook right now.
8 hits, 4 runs so far in an inning and 2/3. And that will be it for Mike Leake. Guy trying to, perhaps starting for the final time this season, cap off what has been an outstanding year, his best in the major leagues. But at the same time, you're also trying to prove to everybody that when a tough decision is made about who's going to be on the playoff roster or who's going to get a playoff start, you would have rather had a good outing, fresh in the skipper and pitching coach and general manager's mind.
Well, there's no doubt about it. Every start is critical right now, because going into the postseason, it's all about what have you done for me lately? Who is the hot hand right here, right now?
So this will be our Skyline Chili call to the bullpen. That matches Leake's shortest outing of his major league career, an inning and 2/3. And that's a story from Mike Leake tonight. An inning and 2/3, 8 hits, 4 runs. And he'll give way to left-hander Zach Duke, coming on to face left-handed batting Lucas Duda.
And I think right now you just want to get the inning over with and get the Reds back into the dugout and see if they can't put their offense to work as they did in Pittsburgh.
getting away from Mesoraco. You saw the season numbers for Zach Duke, but his numbers as a Red have been pretty doggone good. 0-1 record, pitching in his 12th game, 6 1/3 innings, 5 hits, only 1 run allowed. His fan 4 and walked 1 batter.
He's changed his approach a little bit out of the bullpen. And the breaking ball and the different arm slots that he's using when he comes in to face left-handers. It's so much difference when you know that your day is going to be signified by the one batter that you may face for that given day.
Cozart will go the short way, and mercifully the New York Mets second inning comes to an end. 8 back, 4 score. 4-0 New York. During our game tonight, Greg Sander from Fairfield will win that beautiful new Tundra on display every night here at Great American Ballpark, and you still have a chance to register for your chance to win it. So stop by your Cincinnati and Northern Kentucky Toyota dealer. Time running out. Beautiful night, good crowd on hand tonight this Tuesday night for the Reds and the Mets, and the Reds have some work to do after the Mets come up with 4 to knock Mike Leake out of the game after just an inning and 2/3. Frazier, Cozart, Mesoraco against Jonathan Neese. Reds had 5 batters come to the plate in the first inning. 3 of them had hits, and they did not score. They had Shin-Soo Choo thrown out of the plate by the center fielder Juan Lagares.
And it's not going to be all wine and roses, as we know. It's going to be a little bit of tough times, and tonight the Reds will lean on their offense to try to get them back in this game. Yeah, I look back at that ball game in Pittsburgh where the Reds got up 7-0 early in the game. The Pirates put together some phenomenal at bats early in that game to come back. Now they didn't make it back, but boy, they had some chances to creep back in. But it takes tough concentration. It takes a lot of fight, and if you want it, that's how you have to go about your business.
A ball and 2 strikes on Frazier. Decent long look in, and time called by Todd. Cubbies and the Pirates will be getting started in about 5 minutes from now. The Cardinals and the Nationals in about 15 minutes. And obviously we'll keep you up to speed on what's going on with those 2 games. You can take it to the bank in both of those clubhouses. They saw that New York Mets top of the second inning.
Yes, sir.
There are not many things in this world that are for sure. That one you can take it to the bank.
You hear so many times, and some players will be real honest about it. Yeah, we're watching the scoreboard. I think some players would like to have the scoreboard turned off during the game so they don't have to worry about it, because you do watch and you are concerned about what's going on elsewhere.
Of course, it was very interesting, and they talked about it on Reds Live during the pregame show. Brought you some of the video from that Pirates clubhouse last night, the big celebration. Clinching a playoff spot for the first time since 1992. Down the left field line, and this will be extra bases for Frazier. So a nice start to this Reds bottom of the second inning.
And I think that was warranted, Tom.
Sure.
Good at bat by Frazier here after being down 0-2. Gets a pitch he can handle and rips it right down the line. But there's a difference this year going to the playoffs for the Pirates, who haven't been there, as you said, since 1992, and the Reds, who their eyes were set on division title. They still have that task at hand. Yes, they're in, but I think the guys want to celebrate.
That hit off the pitcher's glove, and a nice play made by Mr. Tovar, advancing on to third as Frazier went out in the inning.
I think guys want to celebrate when they feel like they've had a job well done, and I think that's where the Reds are right now. Yes, it's a job well done to get into the playoffs, but that's not where they set their goal.
I mean, it was on last night at Wrigley Field. They waited around in the clubhouse. You can see the picture up at the top of your screen. That's after the final out was recorded, where the Cardinals beat the Washington Nationals, assuring the Pirates that they had eliminated Washington from the wild card race. Ball one to Devin Mesoraco, and obviously we're not rooting for the Pirates to win another game, but congratulations are in order to that franchise and all their fans and Clint Hurdle and everything that they've been through.
No doubt.
I mean, look,
hey,
you know, the Reds are going for the third time in the last 4 years. Times were lean here for a long time.
I think any team that comes through in the 162 and they're able to make it to the postseason, congratulations are in order.
This will play to run on the ground ball off the bat of Mesoraco, and it's picked out of the dirt by Duda. So the Reds get one back. Leadoff double, couple of ground ball outs, and it's a 4-1 game. Let's give you the New York Mets on defense, brought to you by your Ford dealers. We've seen most of these guys running around the bases already. A big play by Lagares out in center field, cutting down Shin-Soo Choo after a single by Ryan Ludwig. So Zach Duke going to bat. It's not a bad career batting average for Duke. 178. It's not bad at all. A couple of home runs. And he stings this ball, and it's by a diving Murphy into right field, a base hit. You go through your major league career as a starting pitcher, and that's what primarily Duke has done. Most people feel like if you hit 200 as a pitcher, that's the equivalent of 300 of a position player. So 178 tells you this guy can hit.
And he gets a breaking ball, even though it was up, he still smokes it through the right side. And when you're a starting pitcher, you start every 5 days for 3 or 4 years, you get a lot of at-bats.
So now Choo, who singled into center field on the first pitch thrown by Neese, taking all the way here. Ball one.
And now the pressure is all on Jonathan Neese now. He's got a 4-0 lead. He's already given up 1 run on the way. And the Reds can add to that pressure the more times they can put him in a situation as they did with Frazier standing at second base.
Two-one cut, fouled straight back and out of play.
And it's not to say that pressure in any ball game for a pitcher makes you scared. It's just that you may hold the ball a little tighter. You may squeeze it. You may think twice about a pitch instead of going with your instinct. It's just part of the nature of the game. Instead of just flipping that slider up there like you would in a 10-2 ball game, feeling nice and loose, as the game gets closer, you try to aim it a little bit more. Sometimes when you aim it, it gets hit out of the ballpark.
Well, he fell behind 2-0, got to 2-2, and now has gone 3-2 on Chu. Brandon Phillips would love to have a chance to come to the plate here in this second inning. That will depend directly upon the result of this at bat. Neese v. Chu. And that ball is in the air to left field, and the Reds inning is over. They get one back, end of 2, 4-1 New York. Game storyline brought to you by Elk & Elk, serious lawyers for serious injuries. Call 1-800-ELK-OHIO. Most extra inning games this season. Interesting to note that you look at all the teams ranking among the 6th for the most extra inning games in Major League Baseball. The Reds are the only team going to the playoffs. Not sure what that means. I'm not sure there's really
some of these stats are tough to quantify.
I think it says a little bit about your resiliency.
I think it does. I think it says a little bit about your bullpen as well, especially if you're on the winning side of that.
And the Reds picking up their 13th win of those 22 extra inning games they played this season. All right, Zach Duke's game now tonight, trying to keep it right here at 4 runs for the Mets. It's fouled out of play by Lagares. 4 runs, 8 hits, 3 left for New York. 1 run, 5 hits, no errors, 3 left for the Reds. Of course, there's not only a scramble. Well, now it's a moot point. We know the Reds and the Pirates are both in the postseason, along with the St. Louis Cardinals. In fact, all the teams in the National League, it's a done deal. Dodgers have won the NL West. Braves have won the NL East. It's just a matter now of can either the Reds or the Pirates catch the Cardinals? If they do, there'd be a 1-game playoff somewhere between 2 teams. There's all the talk about what would happen
if there was a 3-game or 3-team tie.
And that is becoming almost impossible with the Reds and the Pirates now playing this upcoming weekend and down to tonight and tomorrow before that series begins. But then you'd have a wild card play-in game following the outcome of a divisional champion game.
That would be equivalent to a Freddy Krueger nightmare.
Yes. But now the race is also on for the best record in the National League, and that is a very big deal.
It is.
Because when you look at the home records of virtually any good team in Major League Baseball, to be a division champion, you know, you're going to be somewhere right around 500, a little bit under, a little bit over on the road, but chances are you are going to be an extremely dominant club at home. Atlanta, 29 games over 500 at home. That is an infield hit by Lagares to begin the New York third inning. Of course, the Reds going for their 50th home win here tonight against 26 losses. Pirates have won 50 at home. St. Louis going for home win number 50. The Dodgers are the only team among all the National League clubs that has been pretty good at home. They've been very good on the road where they're 10 games over 500.
Well, they played so poorly in the first half of the season, and when they went on that run when Puig came to the big leagues, it really didn't matter if they were at home, on the road, or if they were playing in Jupiter. They were going to win. And the Reds put a piece of humble pie into the mouth of the Dodgers when they came here to Great American Ballpark, and that really kind of set the Dodgers back on their heels a little bit.
Well, going into play tonight, Atlanta 92-64, fractionally better than the Cardinals, who have played one more game at 92-65. The Dodgers 90 wins, 66 losses. They're virtually an identical record with the Reds and the Pirates.
Right. Now you watch the next few ball games, the next few days with the Braves and the Cardinals, and it could tell you very well who's playing where, when, how, and what.
One and one on Mike Baxter. And that's off the outside corner. 2 balls and a strike. We are in the top of the third inning. Second batter into the third inning.
The crazy part about that scenario that you just mentioned, Tom, it could be a done deal. The Reds could get home field advantage against the Pirates by winning 2 out of 3 and having a better record than the Pirates for that wild card game. But if the Cardinals continue to play the way that they are, it may be you may play the wild card in the Central against the Pirates, and then the winner of that game stays in the Central for the division series. Because the wild card winner has to play the best record.
That's right. Doesn't matter if it's in your division or not.
Not this year.
And that would be a best-of-5 division series, as we know.
Correct.
Although they have changed the format, and really they've gotten it the right way. And ball pulled foul. You may remember last year went 2-3. The team with a better record had to open on the road, and you thought, man, that's not very fair. And the Reds went out there to San Francisco and just overwhelmed the Giants, and you're thinking, okay, we're in business now. Up 2 games to none, 3 of them at your place. We know what happened. This year it goes back to 2-2-1. The team with the best record will play potentially in a best-of-5, 3 of the 5 at home, including a game 5.
Well, the planning was a little bit off last year, and you ran out of days there because everything was put in motion after the season had begun. So the 2-3 was set in because dates had already been set for LCS and World Series. Well, the Reds have got Zach Duke throwing a whole lot over to first base to hold Lagares close.
Two and two on Mike Baxter, and Duke ready, and struck him out swinging on a breaking ball. That's out number 1 here in the New York third.
That is a pitch there that Zach Duke did not have when he was starting with the Pirates. That drop down, step towards the first base dugout, and bring that breaking ball from behind the left-handed batter. Low 3/4, almost sidearm. Big sweeping hook.
So that'll bring the catcher d'Arnaud to the plate. He struck out looking. His only time up. Breaking ball smothered by Mesoraco, and the runner staying put. Ball 1. Fouled off out of play. 1-1.
Now for the Reds to pose the comeback, Tom, first order of business is keeping the Mets off the board the rest of the way. And that will be up to this Reds bullpen. They pitched very well as of late.
Just off the outside corner.
This is really the first time we've seen Zach Duke go back out since really his first appearance in Colorado.
When Mesoraco is having a tough time behind the plate tonight for whatever reason. That's about the 5th or 6th time a ball has gotten away from him. First time where a runner actually advances.
Well, it's one thing to frame the baseball and to catch it so that the umpire gets a good look. But the object number one is to catch the ball, and frame it is secondary. You can't have a ball go right by you like that.
There's ball 4. So an infield hit, a strikeout, and now a walk. And the Mets, who left 2 on base in a scoreless first inning, they had 4 runs and 6 hits, left 1 on in the second. Have 2 on with 1 out here in the third, and Tovar coming up. Ten base runners for the Mets so far here tonight in 2 1/3 innings. They have 9 hits and now 1 walk. Tovar knocked in the game's first run with a single into center field, scoring Baxter. That started the 4-run inning. And ball 1 to Wilfredo Tovar. Tovar young, and he just turned 22 years old a little more than a month ago. Native Venezuelan. Look to the strike. They signed him right when he turned 16.
We're seeing that more and more. Kids with high talent, high ceilings. They want to sign them before they get to the point where they can command those big bucks in the bonus area.
Slow roller left side. They'll just try and get one, and Cozart with a nice play, charging and throwing on the run to take care of Tovar. Advancing on to third, Lagares, and a second, d'Arnaud, and the pitcher Nice. Now remember, he had a single into right field and scored a run in that 4-run second inning. But this time he's facing a left-hander in Zach Duke. Jonathan Neese was born on the night the New York Mets won the World Series in 1986.
How about that?
It's almost destined to be a New York Met when they beat the Boston Red Sox in that unbelievable World Series, winning in a 7th game. Went to the same high school as Dodger Chad Billingsley there in Defiance High. 1-1 pitch into left field. They had it played that way, and it's foul.
Duke has got to get the ball down in the zone. That ball's elevated a little bit too much. Get the ball up, a pitcher can just flip the ball the other way, and that would have been Heartbreak Hotel had that landed fair, because there was no chance that Ryan Ludwig was going to get to that where he was playing.
Duke trying to put him away, ahead 1 ball and 2 strikes. And he does, and that's all for the New York Mets. Here in the 3rd inning. A hit, a walk, 2 men left. Reds have Phillips, Votto, and Ludwig coming up, down by 3. Most times on base in a single season by a Red, and Joey Votto will break this. Needs to reach 1 more time to tie Peter Edward in 1969. Look at Rose on there 3 times in his career, up over 300. I'm not going to say it's not a surprise. It is a surprise when any hitter is able to get on base that many times in a season, but
no doubt
it's especially so to see a guy batting in the middle of your lineup getting on base that frequently. A leadoff hitter, Pete Rose. You get more at bats over the course of a season, especially if you're a guy that plays every day, and like Votto, Rose played every day.
Right. He was fun to watch.
He was something else, man.
Oh, man.
I mean, that's one of those players. And for every generation you have those players. But for guys our age who grew up, you know, the 2 guys. And there are a lot of other people out there. They're going to throw out some other names. And look, you know, who you remember is who you remember. But the 2 guys that just played the game. That you want everybody to play the game the way they did. In the National League, it was Pete Rose. And in the American League, it was George Brett.
Yep. They came to beat you every day. And isn't that what it's about?
Well, that's the one stat that Pete Rose will talk about more than any other. You can bring up the number of base hits. You can bring up anything you want. The one number that is the most important number to him is in the history of professional sports, not just baseball, professional sports. He played in more winning games than any individual ever in the history of sports.
That's why you play. Play to beat the other guy. At least I think that's why you're supposed to play. Because at the end of the night, it really doesn't matter about the hits, the errors, the great plays. If you didn't win, well, who cares?
You know, you talk to guys in the generation, the one in front of us, my dad's age, you know, those in their late 60s, mid 70s, somewhere in that range. As Brandon has gone swinging to begin the inning, and you know, you hear a lot of guys talk about Hank Aaron, you hear a lot of guys talk about Mickey Mantle,
right.
Ted Williams, Willie Mays, and of course, depending on what part of the country, because there wasn't a lot of television back in those days, certainly nothing like there is where you watch every game.
No kidding. Yeah, and you see some of the just blips of tapes of some of the catches and the hits and all of the things that went on, you know, before you and I actually got a chance to even be born. Makes you appreciate those guys.
Votto struck out looking his first time up. In fact, during that entire plate appearance, he did not swing the bat one time. Nor has he swung the bat in this plate appearance. 1-2.
I think what we're seeing from Jonathan Niese is what Terry Collins, his manager, wants to see, and that is pounding the strike zone.
I beg your pardon. After Votto fell behind 0-2 in his first at bat, he had that little half swing, check swing that he fouled off to the third base side to keep the at bat alive.
Very similar to that swing there on a fastball up and in. And evidently not seeing the ball very well out of the hand of Jonathan Niese.
And he's looked at strike 3 for the second time up tonight. 2 away in the inning.
A cut fastball this time from Niese. He starts it inside. And Votto taking it, thinking it's going to be a ball, and it cuts right over the inside corner. You're seeing more and more pitchers doing that. They'll start that pitch underneath the hands of the hitters and run it back over the plate.
Ryan Ludwig, first pitch swinging, a base hit into center field. Reds have had at least one hit in every inning. In fact, in each of the first 2, they've had multiple hit innings.
First pitch fastball up and out over the plate, and that is the cookie for Ryan Ludwig. He's a first pitch hitter anyway, especially when the ball's there. You see what Niese is doing. He is trying to pitch as fast as he possibly can to try to keep the Reds from getting any type of comfort in the strike zone, in the batter's box, so that he can pound that strike zone without the awareness of the hitter.
Breaking ball pulled foul by Jay Bruce. He, like Votto, struck out looking his first time up.
Work quick, throw strikes, change speeds. Can't tell you how many times I've heard that in hitters' meetings.
Oh, 0-2 on Bruce. Well, there's certainly a sharpness about Niese in this inning that we have not seen in the first 2 innings.
He is very comfortable right now. He's got the 3-run lead. He's working quick. He's changing his delivery pattern a little bit. The first pitch to Bruce, he kicked the knee up high. The second pitch, a slide step, a quick pitch to the plate, caught Bruce off guard. This time, the knee back up again. It's all about keeping the hitter off balance, not only with the pitches, but sometimes with your motion as well. Very rarely are you going to get all your runs back in one inning. Yeah, you can get them back with a home run, but you want to just try to keep chopping away at the lead.
And the inning is over. 1 hit, 1 man left. We played 3 at Great American Ballpark, and the Mets lead is 3. So come on down to Great American Ballpark. Huge weekend. Friday, Saturday, Sunday with the Pirates in town. Friday, we've got the fireworks show thanks to Mission Foods. Saturday has been moved to a 1 o'clock game. Please bear that in mind. Your schedule will tell you differently. And then a 1:10 start on Sunday. 381 REDS. Visit select Kroger locations, or you can always log on to reds.com/tickets. Afternoon game tomorrow as well. That'll be the finale of this series at 12:35.
Yeah, don't show up at 4:10 on Saturday.
No. Because then the only thing you'll see are the fireworks going on afterwards celebrating a win.
Either that or the traffic coming out.
First pitch swinging, Eric Young into foul territory. Votto's got it. 1 pitch, 1 out for Zach Duke. Reds are down 4-1 here in the top half of the 4th inning.
Reds need a quick inning on the defensive side.
I mean, seemingly the Mets have been at the plate all night tonight. They had 2 hits in the first inning. They had 6 hits, scoring 4 times in the second. They had a single. They had a walk. They stranded 2 in the third. And this is Zach Duke's second full inning out of the bullpen. He came on to get the final out, Lucas Duda, in that 4-run second behind starter Mike Leake.
And it looks like Dusty Baker has got a right-hander throwing in the bullpen. Definitely want to make sure that you don't overstretch Zach Duke. It's like Curtis Parks down there throwing.
Off the inside corner, 3 balls and no strikes to the left-handed batting Daniel Murphy. He popped up to short left field his first time up, and then had a 11 pitch at bat that he capped off with a 3-run bomb to the seats in right field in that 4-run second inning, and a career high for Murphy. 13 home runs, 76 runs batted in.
It was a great at bat by Murphy. He fouled off a lot of pitches to get one that he liked.
Pirates had jumped all over the Cubs 3-0. They lead now in the top half of the second inning. They're scoreless in the top half of the second inning in St. Louis, and Nationals and the Cardinals. 3-2 on Daniel Murphy, and that one just served into shallow left center, a base hit.
He just threw the bat out there at that ball.
All right, now let's send it back to Los Angeles for a Fox Sports 1 game break. All right, thank you very much. 1 on and 1 out here in the Mets' 4th inning, and that'll bring up right-handed batting David Wright. You mentioned they had the right-hander Curtis Parch getting ready in the bullpen, but they have decided to keep Zach Duke in there to face a right-handed batting David Wright.
I think that the man standing on deck will be the last batter for Duke. Lucas Duda, left-handed batter with some sock as well. Right now, Zach Duke will have to rely on his guts and guile to work around the hot-hitting David Wright.
Oh, and 1 to David Wright, and it's off the inside corner to even the count.
Really see Duke trying to be very careful here with David Wright, even in a 4-1 ball game. 2 hits already for the Mets' third baseman.
Big swing there, and that one got a piece of Mesoraco. He fires it out of play, and it's 2-2 on David Wright.
Duke's trying to keep him off balance. He's gone away, in, away, and then in with the fastball there. Hard in, soft away. But you run out of pitches quickly.
Bouncing ball, could be 2. There's 1, and the throw to first. That's all for the Mets in the 4th. Nice job by Zach Duke tonight.
Very much.
2 1/3 innings of 2-hit shutout baseball.
his game tonight. Left-hander, awfully tough. Curveball to Phillips. A cut fastball to Votto, and then a fastball to Jay Bruce. That is tonight's whiff. Brought to you by Head and Shoulders Now, with a hint of Old Spice.
And of course, there is still a hint of Old Spice coming off the very distinguished frame and hairdo of one Jeff Brantley. We documented, for those of you that may have missed it early in the year, one of the rare games you and I worked together here on the TV side, about how when you were a little boy,
you like that, don't you?
You thought it'd be a good idea to put a little bit of that Old Spice in your hair.
Well, my dad was splashing it around all over his face after shaving. I didn't shave, so.
Line drive by Frazier, and that's out number 1.
Only place I had to put it was on my head. Smells good.
There's no doubt about it.
Frazier hits that baby right on the button. This is the kind of game, Tom, where you can get awfully disappointed if you're in the Reds dugout. You can always look at things as, oh, this is just not our night. Things are not going our way. We get 3 hits in the first. We can't get a run in. The guy gets thrown out at the plate. A line drive right at the guy. They dump in some hits and then a home run. But you can't think that way. That's the mental part of this ball game that you have to fight with everything that you've got. Keep it out of your mind. You think positive. We're going to come back no matter what, and you keep fighting until you get there.
One and 2 on Zach Cozart. Devin Mesoraco next, and then we'd be at the pitcher spot should we get that far here in the Reds' 4th. Still 1 and 2 on Zach Cozart. Cozart, a guy who is really finishing this season on a high note. Been nearly a .315 batter over the last month. Scored 12 times, knocked in 16 runs. We talked a little bit about it last night. For a guy who easily could have thought, well, you know, rough 2012, he'd be the first to tell you he was very disappointed in the way he played offensively last year. They asked him to lead off a great deal, bat in the 2-hole, didn't work out. That is a fair ball by Cozart, and this will be a 2-base hit for the Reds shortstop. He stands here with 1 out here in the inning.
A breaking ball. Cuts right in on the inside corner. That is a pitch that Neese was trying to tie up Cozart, trying to pop him up. You see the ball cutting in. You see where the location of that pitch is. It's below the belt. When you cut that ball in, you want it above the belt on the hands of the hitter, so he ties himself up. When it's below, all the hitter does is drop the head of the bat. Down the line the ball goes.
So now Devin Mesoraco, he bounced out to the shortstop, driving in a run his first time up. For Devin, run batted in number 42. And really, it'll turn out to be roughly a half of season as far as number of at-bats for Devin Mesoraco. A little bit more than maybe what would constitute, you know, playing in half the games.
I think the Reds have got to make a change in the way that they have done things catching wise next year. I think you're doing a disservice to both of these guys, Hannigan and Mesoraco. One playing 2 days, the other 3, then 2. I think when you look at the numbers that Mesoraco was able to put up playing in an extended period of time, and really Hannigan last year playing in an extended period of time, that's when they put up their best offensive numbers. This platoon stuff for these guys is killing them offensively, and I think it hurts them with their timing, getting the ball down to second base. Both of these guys have very good arms, quick feet, but more so offensively than anything else. I think some point in time you got to make a decision. This is my guy.
1-2 to Mesoraco, and he doesn't chase that high fastball from Jonathan Nice. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Neftali Soto is standing in the on-deck circle. That is a pitcher spot due up next. Off the inside corner. They're going to peel. Mesoraco did not offer it the pitch, and that is the same verdict issued by Greg Gibson, the home plate umpire. So 3-2 now on Devin. Mesoraco has gotten some big hits over the second half of the season. A couple of them just in the last couple of days. Started the 10th inning rally last night. This one on the ground right at the third baseman, and Wright will throw out Mesoraco. Staying at second base is Cozart, and Soto will now bat for Zach Duke. Zook goes 2 1/3 innings out of the Reds bullpen. Got the final out in the second, works a third in the fourth. He allows 2 hits, strikes out 2, walks a batter, and does not allow a run.
I thought he threw the ball extremely well, and especially for a guy that thought he was coming in to face one batter, and he ends up pitching 2 1/3 innings.
All right, Soto, you see his numbers. We know this guy's got some pop in his bat, Cowboy.
Yes, he does.
Swing and a miss.
It has got to be awfully difficult trying to show the big league staff that you belong up here, or that you can play up here, and you're getting an at bat once in a blue moon.
That one getting away from d'Arnaud, and quickly advancing down to third base. Cozart. Will be a wild pitch on Nice.
But for a young player, a lot of times, and you and I have both seen this, you come off the bench and you got to make it happen. Sometimes that's where you earn it, and you got to figure out a way to get it done. Boy, this would be a monstrous 2-out hit right here if he can get that run home.
Fought that one off out of play to the first base side. Remains 1-2 on Soto. This guy pretty much year in and year out has been ranked in the top 10, 12, 15 prospects in the Reds organization. That one rolled over and dribbled foul. Of course, the problem is when you're coming up as a corner infielder with the Reds, especially as a first baseman, that's like so many shortstops who were coming up through the Reds organization when they had a guy named Larkin with a big league club. That's not a good space to be in.
Well, Soto played actually more at third base this year.
Yep.
Not a whole lot more, but just a few games more than at first base. They switched him in the middle of the year, and that's a tough spot to learn. It's not the same as first base. You got to throw the ball over there.
And he looks at a fastball right down the middle, and that'll end the inning. Well, the Reds have done a lot of that tonight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times they've been called out on strikes. Toyota dealer. Visit buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. And by JTM Food Group, creating great dishes together. Well, the Reds in Fox Sports Ohio would love to send out a couple of birthday wishes. First, a belated happy birthday to Betty Jane Kennedy, 95 years old this past Sunday. Betty Jane, happy birthday. And another to Ray Testerman, celebrating number 77 today. We also have special congratulations to Stephen and Paulette Lewis from Indianapolis. That's great Reds country. Stephen and Paulette Lewis are celebrating their 50th wedding anniversary today.
Hawaii 5-0. I love it.
That is awesome stuff. So Betty
your dad
Jane,
would
Ray,
say.
happy birthday. And Stephen and Paulette Lewis, happy 50th wedding anniversary.
Your dad gives him the big ALG. Ain't love grand. I love it. That cracks me up. Logan Ondrusek. Parch was up earlier. Now it's Ondrusek. And he will be charged with holding the Mets at bay. And hopefully this Reds offense can get it in gear.
Reds have left 5 on base. They've had at least 1 hit in every inning. 4 runs, 10 hits, 5 men left on base for the Mets. 1 run, 7 hits, no errors, 5 left for the Reds. And we are only in the top of the 5th inning. So Duda taking low and away, 1 ball and 1 strike. You know, it's always interesting when you so infrequently see teams now outside of your own division. And obviously the Mets and the Reds, they played way back early in the summertime for a 3-game series. So you went nearly 3 months before you saw them the first time. You go nearly another 3 months before you see them the second and final time. You know, I found it very interesting when Keith Hernandez, former great major league player, I mean, what a player he was, now one of the Mets broadcasters. You know, he came over the booth and he's asking about the Reds and some of the players that he's not familiar with. And one of the first things he looked at you and said, what happened to that Ondrusek guy? And you know, it's an interesting question because a couple of years ago, there you see Keith Hernandez on the far left. That's
right.
Former Mets pitcher Ron Darling in the middle there. In the white shirt, but Keith on the left, along with Gary Cohen to the far right. But you know, when Ondrusek first came up, I mean, he was spectacular the first 2 years with this Reds organization, and it really has gone through up until this year, a year and a half of sort of finding himself and dealing with different ailments and injuries and that kind of thing,
and dealing with not pitching in some semblance of a regular basis. If you remember, when Ondrusek came to the big leagues, the bullpen was not constructed the way that it is now. He was pitching at the back end of the bullpen, maybe not in the 8th inning as he makes a strikeout on a slider there. But he was pitching with some regular work. And in order to make pitches like that on a consistent basis, you got to have some consistent work. Either that or you have to figure out a way to keep yourself ready. And for Ondrusek at 6'6", the body type that he has, very difficult to keep that same arm slot, same arm swing, mechanics, all of the things that go into it without being in a ball game.
Brandon Plants throws. Good play by Philip Sayre. He had to plant that right foot to get anything on it, and that's the difference between jumping in the air, throwing late, planting, throwing firm, and getting the out.
And I think part of this, Tom, is knowing who the base runner is. Phillips knew that he couldn't just turn and flip a soft toss over there with Lagares running, or he would have never gotten him. He had to put a bullet throw. But you remember the name Bill Bray. It was Bill Bray, Ondrusek, and then on to the 9th inning with Coco Cordero. I mean, that's really how it worked out. But as over a period of time, when you're not still the #1 setup guy, and you trade for guys like Broxton and Marshall, and those guys are put at the end of the ball game, you're trying to strengthen your bullpen and give a guy like Ondrusek or Bill Bray an opportunity to get some experience and learn to pitch in tough situations. But I don't know any other way to explain it other than the fact that you have to figure out a way to fill that role and keep yourself ready.
3-1 on Mike Baxter.
Is that easy? No. This is the big leagues. You get paid big bucks to play this game, and you got to figure out how to get it done.
That ball hit hard into left field, but room out there for Ludwig, and the inning is over. Nice work by Logan. 1-2-3. Top of the order coming up. Reds are down 4-1. Donate a Toyota Tundra to the hometown heroes of Matthew 25 Ministries. Members of this unbelievable humanitarian and disaster relief organization will join Reds COO Phil Castellini before the Reds take on the Pirates, and will be honored and then awarded the Tundra. All compliments of your Cincinnati and Northern Kentucky Toyota dealers. We thank Toyota, and we thank them to donating that vehicle to such an extraordinary organization. You know, they have rankings out there now about charitable organizations and how much of your money actually goes to where you think it should go or where you want it to go. Matthew 25 Ministries, you can go look it up yourself. They rank in the upper 1% of all charities in the United States of America. For every penny they receive, coming as close to it going right where you want it to go with very little overhead or any administrative costs. It's an unbelievable organization.
They put their money in the mouths of those they feed, and that is the people that need it the most.
And they do it all over the world. They just went out to Colorado just last week when they had all the terrible flooding that killed so many people, and so many are still now even missing.
Same thing down in New Orleans when Katrina hit.
Check swing and a foul ball by Chu.
And that's not to say there aren't a lot of tremendous organizations out there, because there are. But when you get to see firsthand what Matthew 25 is doing, it's tough to beat.
2-2 on Shin-Soo Choo. That ball is smoked. And it sails over the head of Lagares. And on his way to third base is Chu. They're going to hold him at third. You're down by 3. No way you're sending.
That's another knuckleball, Tom.
It really is.
It happened to the Reds earlier with Jay Bruce, and it shows up even bigger here. You could see Mark Berry smiling at Chu. This was going to be a dead out. But the ball is knuckling. Look at this ball sail away from Lagares. I mean, this was not a bad play. It was just an unfortunate circumstance for the Mets center fielder, and a big break for the Reds. Now you got to cash it in.
Reds are down 4-1. A leadoff triple by Shin-Soo Choo, and here comes Brandon Phillips. And it's foul. He singled that way back in the first inning, struck out swinging in the third. It's interesting to know that now that you have Phillips, Votto, Ludwig, Bruce coming up, that was a quartet where Nice was at his best at any point in time during the game tonight in that third inning. Phillips and Ludwig got him for base hits in the first, but in the third he fanned Phillips, Votto, and Bruce. 1-1 to Brandon Phillips.
You don't usually see a ball off the bat do that kind of funny movement, especially in the outfield. That's twice tonight we've seen that.
Roller foul of the third baseline.
And it would be one thing if it was the wind causing that. There's no wind right now in center field. It's just what the baseball does when it's hit on a knuckle. Tells you how tough it is to hit that bad boy when it's coming to the plate.
2-2 on Brandon Phillips.
If you can't catch it with a big old glove, you sure can't hit it with a round bat.
Three and two now on Phillips. Well, he had a good cut right there and fouled it off out of play to the first base side. A triple to begin the inning off the bat of Choo, and that's the way they scored it, rightfully so. And now Nice ready for the payoff pitch. And that was more of a hanger right there, and Brandon fouled it off to the first base side.
Now this is what you want early in the inning. You get a big, long, extended at bat like this from Phillips. You can parlay it into a base hit, get a run, really put Nice on the tough time.
And there's a walk, the triple, and a base on balls to open up the Reds' fifth. And now they have the heart of the order coming up.
Let's see if Jonathan Nice throws that first pitch fastball to Joey Votto with runners at first and third this time. He's done it 2 times in a row. It's led to strikeouts. And he just poured that first pitch right down Broadway, both at bats.
Votto struck out looking twice tonight. And threw the fastball right down the can, and Votto comes up empty, 0-1. There's not a whole lot of mystery. Came with another one, and Votto a little half swing, and the bad luck of it hitting his back. So Votto, much like his first 2 times up tonight, right from the start in an 0-2 hole. Double play ball all the way here. Reds will score a run, but that is a huge at bat right there. Makes it a 4-2 game, but they're empty with 2 away in the inning.
Here's our Mazda pitch by pitch with Votto at the plate. First pitch fastball, swing and a miss. Now this one runs in, a check swing. Votto takes it off the bat. He knows the fastball's coming. He chokes up, and he hits it off the end of the bat right to the shortstop. Reds score a run, but no RBI for Votto because of the 6-4-3 twin killing.
Ryan Ludwig is 2 for 2 tonight. Pair of singles, one into center in the first inning, one into center field in the third inning. Pulled a string on him there.
Back-to-back changeups, and that happens, Tom, when you gear up and smoke a first pitch fastball off of the pitcher the next time around. Okay, you want to hit my first pitch fastball? Throw you a couple of changeups here, try to slow you down.
Came back with a fastball there, and Ludwig fouls it over the screen. And I mean, he's not taking this inning for granted, but boy, what a huge turn of events in one swing of the bat. Reds had him at first and third, heart of the order coming up. Yeah, he gives up the run, but he gives 2 outs on that swing. And this should end the inning if it's playable. Reds get 1, but they were hoping for a lot more than that. 2-run game.
Time moment. It's brought to you by Miller Lite. Jim Day with you, and Billy Hamilton continues to be the buzz in Reds country. Was able to talk to him today about his influences coming up. And his biggest influence, he says, is Delino DeShields. He managed him 2 years in the minor leagues, and now Delino DeShields, with the minor league season being over, has been with the Reds game in and game out. Billy says he's taught him more about the game than anyone else, and continues to point things out even here at the major league level. For instance, last night he came over to Billy and said, "Hey, did you notice that in the game?" Billy said, "No, I didn't notice it." But now that he notices it, he files it away. Hamilton's a great student, so really, secret weapon for Billy Hamilton is Delino DeShields. And Tom and Jeff, did you know his other secret weapon is Mountain Dew?
Well, now you're talking Cowboys language.
Yeah, that is cowboy language.
I knew he liked that yellow stuff. I'm trying to tell him that if he really wants to be a big leaguer, he'll be drinking Coke.
Well, a lot of major leaguers rely on the Red Bull, but Billy says that actually Mountain Dew gives him more energy than Red Bull, and he not only drinks it when he gets up, he drinks it at night. He also pounds them during the game.
Oh, man.
He'll go into the clubhouse and pound a Mountain Dew if he knows that he's going to be in a steal situation. Says it jacks him up, and if it works, I guess go for it.
He'll be on Coke shortly.
That's
Coca-Cola.
I'm sure every mom and dad right now is throwing something at the television as their 10-year-old was allowed to stay up maybe an extra 30 minutes tonight. And now they hear that. I can promise you my wife would be right at the top of that list.
It's what moms are supposed to do. But you know what? Boys will be boys. And this boy drinks Coke.
One hand on the count on Wilfredo Tovar.
Oh.
So for you, you know, not every day, and it's not every meal, but I mean, you really you take a couple of steps back and you really look at the whole big picture, the macro, as they like to say. Ribs,
Chicken. Chicken is.
And preferably fried chicken over barbecue chicken, right?
Yes. Well, I like them all.
Okay, well,
I mean, you can't eat fried chicken every day. It's just not that good for you. But
you sure?
It's my palate. It's my palate that makes me run that way.
All right, so barbecue or fried chicken, ribs. We know for sure ice cream, UDF ice cream particularly.
Yes.
8 scoops at a time in one particular cup.
Yes. We may have a cowboy flavor coming out next year.
I think that's a great idea. And then really almost by the vat full Coca-Cola.
Yes. But the thing about that, though, is if you're going to indulge in food, you've got to take care of yourself. You've got to work out. You've got to run. You've got to get on the treadmill. You've got to work out. You got to be in the gym. Because if you're going to eat happy, you got to work out happy. And speaking of eating happy, thank you to Penn Station East Coast Subs for taking care of our boys today. All of our crew. I personally like that cheese steak with a little extra beef.
Out off on a play. 0-1. You got Joel Luckham, our statistician over here. Just, I'm not sure if he's salivating or whether he's just in disbelief.
Yeah. Everyone, you know, it's funny because you think, all right, baseball player, that kind of food, that doesn't really, well, when your mind's happy, your arm's happy. And my arm was real happy. Throw him the heater, Ricky.
2-1 on Neese. And it's swung on and fouled off out of play. Third base side. Ron Drusik trying to put together back-to-back 1-2-3 innings. And the Reds got behind 4-0 in the top of the second. They got 1 run back in the bottom of the inning. They got 1 run back in the fifth.
Chipping away.
So it's a 2-run game. And gone swinging Neese. So on Drusik.
Nice job.
6 up, 6 down with a couple of strikeouts. Bruce Frazier, Cozart and company coming up. Four team captains in the history of the New York Mets franchise. They've had 4 captains. One of them we've already talked about tonight. And one of them is especially familiar to Reds fans. Right now on FoxSportsOhio.com, no matter how fast Billy Hamilton is, he's not fast enough to avoid Hal McCoy. Kevin Goheen has the latest on Adam Jones. And read how both the Buckeyes and the Badgers are talking each other up in anticipation of this weekend's big showdown at the Horseshoe in Columbus. Oh, Nelly, the Buckeyes and the Badgers. Fox Sports Ohio, complete coverage of all that is Ohio sports. That's pulled foul, strike 1 to Jay Bruce. Reds down 4-2, bottom of the 6th inning.
It's going to be a big ball game, right?
Oh man, it's big league atmosphere.
J.J. Hoover warming up for the Reds.
Of course, it should be a matchup of unbeatens because I mean, Wisconsin,
I agree,
one of the all-time worst calls I have ever seen in a football game that cost them a chance to win a game in Arizona at Arizona State. Wright having to battle that one, but able to corral it 1 out.
Check out David Wright here. Oh, hey, huh? Oh,
I've seen a lot of people look like that about 2, but not of them at 9:15.
You know, it's amazing. You see the different body actions and language, guys coming to catch pop-ups, but nothing like playing at Old Candlestick Park with that wind swirling. You talking about making some guys look awfully foolish.
Always reminds me of the story that my old broadcast partner, the late great Ron Santo, liked to tell when he first came to the major leagues and went out there to play in San Francisco, and the Giants had the bases loaded. Giants were down 2 in the 9th inning. There's a pop-up in a short right field. And backs are there to get it. Anyway, Santo is a very young player, highly touted young player, but I think he was 19 or 20 years old. Pop-up goes up third base, should be the final out of the inning. Guys are running around the bases with 2 outs as fast as they can. He looks up, day game, goes into foul ground. Wind blows it back into fair ground. Back into foul ground. Then looked like David Wright as he came back into fair ground. The ball drops in the infield. All 3 runs score. He wakes up the next morning, and on the cover of the sports section there was a split screen. Ron Santo's face on one side, the picture of a goat on the other side. He didn't like that.
No, I imagine not.
0-1 on Cozart. His niece is retired. The front 2 here in the bottom of the 6th. One to Cozart, and that one off his fist. This will be the 100th pitch of the night for Jonathan Nies, who has completed 1 game this season, has a shutout, but he didn't figure to go the distance in this one here tonight. High hopper down to right, and a 1-2-3 inning for Jonathan Nies. We're on our way to the 7th. Still the Mets 4 and the Reds 2. Cincinnati and Northern Kentucky Honda dealers. Tovar with a single into center field in the Mets' second inning scored Baxter. And that just got things started. They put a couple of more on for Murphy. An 11-pitch at bat. 3-run home run to right, capping a 4-run second inning. And the biggest batter of the night for Jonathan Neese, with the Reds down 4-1 and runners on the corners and nobody out. He got Joey Votto to bounce into a double play. Yes, a run scored, but no further damage. 4 runs, 10 hits, 5 left for New York. 2 runs, 8 hits, and 5 left for the Reds. We're on our way to the 7th inning. The bullpen has been lights out. Zach Duke, 2 1/3, 2 hits, no runs. A perfect 2 innings for Logan Ondrusek. And now we get a look at J.J. Hoover.
Hoover's thrown the ball awfully well as of late. Last 11 times out, 1.08 ERA. 8 1/3 innings, only allowed 1 earned run. The Reds will need him to be scoreless here in this ball game.
Top of the order for the Mets. Eric Young singled in the first inning, stole a base, was stranded at third. He doubled and scored in the 4-run second, and then fouled out to Joey Votto at first in the 4th inning. Young to be followed by Daniel Murphy and David Wright.
Young is a good fastball hitter, but the breaking ball has always given him trouble. But at 94, you can get equalized in a hurry.
MLB.com at bat, celebrating 5 years as your #1 mobile app for live baseball. You can text at BAT to 31826 or visit Reds.com for more details. Now Daniel Murphy. A pop fly to Ludwig his first time up. The big 3-run home run to right back in the second inning. And then he singled his last time up, so 2 out of 3 for Daniel Murphy.
I guess the Reds are going to find out exactly how Sean Marshall can be used right now as he's warming up in the bullpen. He pitched last night, came in and got a big double play ball. They want to be able to use him in back-to-back days, especially if he's on that postseason roster.
Down the left field line, Ludwig with enough room and fair territory for the second out. And we go ahead and answer our trivia question tonight, presented by AT&T, the 4 captains in the history of the New York Mets franchise. And they really didn't start doing this until the franchise was already almost 40 years in. Keith Hernandez was the first. We've talked about him. He's sitting next door. The late Gary Carter. Former Red and Brooklyn native John Franco. And right now, David Wright. You know what's interesting about all of those guys except for David Wright is that Keith Hernandez, Gary Carter, and John Franco became Mets captains. And they did not begin their major league careers with the New York Mets.
I think it tells you a little bit about the individuals themselves. I had a chance to play with Gary Carter out in San Francisco at the end of his career, obviously, but I'll tell you what, wouldn't trade that for anything. A phenomenal guy, great catcher, taught me a lot. It's the one thing about having veteran players around. Their physical tools may not be quite the same as what they were when, let's say, Carter was the captain of the Mets and an offensive force, because he was a force. But his intuition, his game calling ability and just his knowledge of how to go about being a big leaguer really helped me a lot.
Right on a line drive to right. A perfect seventh. They stand and stretch. Reds are down only 2. Cheer on the Redlegs this Sunday. They take on the Pirates. Last game of the regular season. If you're one of the first 20,000 fans, you get a 2013 team photo presented by First Student. Of course, it's Fan Appreciation Day. There's all kinds of giveaways throughout the entire game. So come on down. Tickets available Friday, Saturday, and then the season finale on Sunday. That's a 1:10 start. Jonathan Neese gets a ball in the 7th. And the first pitch hook foul, hit very hard off the bat of Devin Mesoraco. He's down a strike.
Well, there's double barrel action in the Mets bullpen right now. And Jonathan Neese working past that 100 pitch mark. Terry Collins now with 3 innings to go. He'll play it batter by batter, I imagine.
Well, the 26 Reds batters that have come to the plate, 19 of them have gotten a first strike from Jonathan Neese. He has been a strike machine here tonight.
He has never let up, even in situations with runners in scoring position. He just keeps pounding the strike zone.
Fastball up. He's thrown 74 strikes, 28 balls, now making 29.
Hardsma up again along with Pedro Feliciano. That makes me want to sing.
Yeah, our buddy Matt Vasgersian from the MLB Network, when I made that semi-wisecrack last night about is that the guy that sings Feliz Navidad, he was kind enough to text me a picture of a Jose Feliciano album cover. There's a swing and a foul ball back out of play. So it looks a little bit like Jeff Brantley.
If he really put that on there, Matt and I have some discussions.
2-2 to count. Fouled off out of play. I mean, both of you guys have sort of the long locks, you know, going.
Trying to keep it shorter.
Jose's a good-looking guy.
Trying to keep it shorter. I don't speak Spanish,
okay,
but I can sing it.
2-2. Man, that ball was hit hard by Mesoraco, but right at Young. So now Chris Heisey going to bat for Hoover, who delivers a perfect inning out of the bullpen with a strikeout. Well, the countdown is on to face off. A new season for the Columbus Blue Jackets. Columbus makes a move to the Eastern Conference this year, so they'll be facing new rivals. Join the battle October the 4th. Blue Jackets get the season underway right here on Fox Sports Ohio. Bottom of the 7th inning. Reds are down 2. Heisey looks at a strike. The Pirates are rolling there in the 5th inning with 2 on and nobody out, already leading Chicago 4-1. Cardinals have scored twice off Gio Gonzalez. 2-0 lead St. Louis. That game in the 5th. Michael Wacha, we're told, is working on 5 innings of no-hit shutout baseball for St. Louis tonight.
He's thrown the ball awfully well.
Heisey watching that one all the way into the mid, fall down and away. Chu next. Reds a bloop and a blast away from tying this thing up. That might be the bloop. Nope. In to get it, Baxter. 2 out. Well, I tell you what, Jonathan Neese, this has been a very impressive performance. He was on the rocks in each of the first 2 innings of this game, but he's found a way to make a pitch. Reds put the first 2 on after 2 pitches in the game. They had singles by Chu and Phillips. He struck out Votto looking. They gave up a single to Ludwig. Chu was thrown out of the plate by the center fielder Juan Lagares. That's away. Then he had a strikeout of Jay Bruce to end the inning, stranding 2. Reds scored a run in the 2nd inning, and ever since then, especially in that 5th, Neese has been rolling right along, and he gives them 7 innings of 2-run baseball here tonight.
Yep, this is in my top 5. Oh yeah, look at your boy. Ooh. How you do that there?
What was that? How you do that there?
How you do that there? That's called some swag right there.
Well, tomorrow at 6, Reds Weekly. On the show, Brandon spends a lot of time sitting down with Jim Day and watching some of his most spectacular defensive plays. You got to check it out. Reds Weekly, Wednesdays at 6 o'clock. It's a great show. Brought to you by Safe Auto. Drive safe, spend less. Now, see, that's a southern twang there when you say that. Jim Day said that dad. That's the way my dad's mom and dad used to talk. They were native Virginians. And every time my grandfather would say hello, Dad. Now we get a look at Sean Marshall.
TH can be pronounced as a D south of the Mason-Dixon line.
Yes.
Dat, yeah. Speaking of that, Here's Sean Marshall. He has, well, up until that point, he's had 3 perfect appearances. Retired all 7 batters, and he smokes Duda on the first pitch.
Marshall came into the game last night and got a big double play. It was a tie game at the time, 2-2 game, and Mets had 2 on with 1 out, and he got Duda to bounce into that 4-6-3 inning-ending double play.
How do you get hit in the chest with the ball? I think he was looking breaking ball, and that hit him right in the front part of the jersey.
This was a double play last night when Marshall came in behind McCure. Broken back roller, and they turned it.
You could hear the bat snap on contact. Marshall's not quite all the way there physically. You don't see that 90+ mile-an-hour fastball, but his guile and his experience may allow him to get over the top.
So based on what little we have seen on Sean Marshall, probably could benefit for a little bit more time to find that Christmas sharpness again.
Yes, I was very impressed with the ball game last night with the double play that we just showed you. That was one of those critical situations. You got a tied ball game. It's an out that you have to have, and he's lefty on lefty with a guy that's swinging a good bat on the night. Duda had 2 RBIs in the ball game. One of those being a home run. Marshall was able to not only get him out, but the double play.
Yeah, the Mets have had some pretty good at bats in this game. Extended at bat. Now, granted, they haven't done anything offensively ever since the 3rd inning. I mean, they had 9 of their 10 hits came in the first 3 innings of this game, but they've had a number of these at bats where guys have been behind an account, and they forced the pitcher to throw 3, 4, 5 more pitches in and at bat. And there's not a lot of experience up and down this Met batting with this lineup they're featuring here last night and again tonight.
Well, the big key is not over swinging. Stay within yourself. And a lot of these young guys are trying to learn that. You first get on the big league scene, the first thing you want to do is hit one of those upper deck home runs and show them how good you are. Doesn't usually happen that way, though. They're usually swinging at a empty space.
Lagares with a count of 2-2, and again rolled over foul. So an 8th pitch coming up in this at bat. Nearly 29,000 on hand here tonight. 28,887. Red season total at 2.344 million. And the all-time attendance record in the history of the franchise is 2.355 in this ballpark since it opened in 2003. And so tomorrow the Reds will break a season attendance mark since they moved from Old Riverfront Stadium into Great American Ballpark. And you figure they put in probably another, what, 120,000? 100,000 over the weekend. 3-game series against the Pirates. You'd love to think they'll sell them all out. That remains to be seen. There are tickets available. Oh, there's ball 3. And so the Reds will get up over $2.4 million for the year in home attendance.
Change up just off the plate away.
So here is indeed pitch number 10 of this at bat. The runner does not go, and there'll be an 11th pitch in the at bat. Well, there's such a dramatic difference. Marshall on lefty, Marshall on righty. Not saying he can't get righties out, because he can.
Well, the problem is he makes lefties look so bad sometimes. And when you see a right-hander being able to foul off those same breaking balls here, gets you a little skewed in your thought process.
Well, Terry Collins is not going to let Marshall face another left-handed batter. That's just not going to happen. They've got Satin already standing in the on-deck circle to bat for the left-handed swinging Baxter. And the Reds have Alfredo Simon ready in the bullpen. 11th pitch of this at bat. Frazier, Phillips, and Lagares able to beat it out.
Looked like a double play ball off the bat. But with the speed of Lagares, not happening.
So Satin up to bat for Baxter. Baxter goes 1 for 3 tonight, doubles and scores a run. And that's going to be all for Sean Marshall. He pitched an inning's worth in that at bat alone. So he's going to hand the ball to Alfredo, and we will take a timeout. Reds down 4-2. We're in the top of the 8th inning. Showdown between two of the house's top fighters. The tension between Team Rousey and Team Tate spills over into the locker room. Don't miss an all-new episode of The Ultimate Fighter tomorrow night at 10 o'clock Eastern, only on Fox Sports 1. Mets with a 4-2 lead. They have a runner at first base and 1 out, batting here in the top of the 8th inning. And now taking over on the mound is right-hander Alfredo Simon.
Simon has been pretty much everyday Eddie, seemingly since the Reds went to Houston. He pitched 6 innings in 3 days in Houston, 3 on Monday, 3 on Wednesday. It's been almost every other day, if not every day since. But when you're getting batters out with regularity, more times than not, the manager will ride the hot hand.
Josh Hatton at 281 as a pinch hitter, 2 home runs, 16 runs batted in on the year. You see his numbers as a pinch hitter, 5 of 22. Runner goes. Mesoraco's throw is right on the button and cut down trying to steal Lagares.
Boy, the footwork for Mesoraco there was perfect. Changed places front to back. And look at the throw. Never swayed with his body motion. Just driving straight towards second base. He almost looked like a pitcher finishing towards home plate with that back foot up.
Two and one now on Josh Hatton. Looking ahead to the Reds, bottom of the 8th inning. Phillips, Votto, and Ludwig due up. Mets will be going to their bullpen. Of course, technically, Jonathan East is still in this game, although you saw him acknowledge the home plate umpire after recording the final out in the 7th inning. Up over 100 pitches in the game. 113 of them. So you figure he will not be coming back out. Although I guess stranger things have happened. Grounded to short, and that's all. Good work by Marshall and Simon. In a game, Miller Time moment brought to you by Miller Lite. And the native of Defiance, Ohio. He was certainly defiant against Reds batters in critical situations here tonight. He goes 7 strong innings. He gave up plenty of hits, but that's something Jeff Brantley talked about before this game ever started. He tends to do his best work once runners get on base. And the Reds left 5 runners on through the front 4. But he only gave up 1 run through those front 4. 7 total innings, allows 8 hits, 2 runs, both earned. But the Reds are only down 2 as they come to bat here in the last of the 8th inning. And the new pitcher, Scott Atchison, having a pretty good year. See the opponent's batting average there. Not a big strikeout guy. 27 strikeouts in 43 innings. But pretty good control with only 11 walks. And so here we go. Phillips, Votto, Ludwig due up in the Reds' 8th. Matt Dendecker takes over in right field. We've heard a lot of good things about him, yet he has not started a game so far in this series.
Well, if the Reds are going to make hay in this ball game, their best opportunity is right now with 2, 3, and 4 at the plate. You trail by 2. The chances of this part of your order coming up again are awfully slim unless they do something here.
One out. 30 minutes before every game, it's Reds Live here on Fox Sports Ohio. Be coming your way early tomorrow, high noon. Reds Live is presented by our friends from Ray St. Clair Roofing. Jim Day, Jeff Piecoro. That is a game we have added to the Reds television slate, having lost a game last Sunday, when the 2 Sundays ago when the Dodgers were in town. So I believe it'll be you and
Mr. Jim Kelch.
Mr. Jim Kelch tomorrow. I'll be wrapping up the radio schedule of this series with my father tomorrow. There's a ground ball to second base. 2 are out. Votto walked 5 times last night. He has struck out twice, bounced out twice in the game tonight.
Atchison has made quick work of the first 2 batters. That over-the-top curveball, quick fastball. When teams don't see you a whole lot from a pitcher standpoint, it's to your advantage to throw strikes, get the ball over the plate quickly. It's tough enough to hit that baseball when they see you every day. The more times you throw the ball outside or high or try to pick a corner here or there and you miss, the more pitches, the more times the batter gets a chance to time you and your motion.
Boy, that did not take long at all. It took Atchison 6 pitches to get all 3 outs in this 8th inning. Play of the game, Cowboy. We saw it. We were just talking about it. What a quick release Jay Bruce has, throwing the ball and charging the ball from right field.
First 2 steps for Bruce are always aggressive and to the point of contact, glove to baseball, and that really allows him to set himself perfectly for that throw. Jay has the mechanics, throwing mechanics of what you would expect for a pitcher to have. Tremendous arm, tremendous body mechanics, good follow through from glove to release. But when you've got power like he's got, you play out there where you can help him offensively.
Travis d'Arnaud. First pitch swinging. Drives one to left center, but Chu got a good jump on it. One pitch and one out. The Reds in the bottom of the ninth will undoubtedly see LaTroy Hawkins. He is serving as their closer now. I mean, the seemingly ageless LaTroy Hawkins. Say he's throwing the ball better now than he has in years.
So his velocity has gotten up. And I think a lot of that has to do with the adrenaline of pitching that final inning. Actually, it doesn't appear to be LaTroy Hawkins throwing down there. Wow. Looks like Vic Black, who came over from the Pirates in the trade for Marlon Byrd. Black throws the ball awfully hard. He can be wild at times.
It almost makes you wonder if something might be going on with LaTroy Hawkins.
Well,
picked up his 100th career save the other night.
It could be that, or it could be the simple fact that it's September.
Yeah.
Mets are out of it. LaTroy Hawkins, a veteran, probably not the closer of the future for the Mets. Maybe they want to see Vic Black in a closing situation against a very competitive Reds ball club with the game on the line. You find out a whole lot more right now than you do in a spring training audition.
Of course, there are a lot of people, Cowboy, that have said don't ever be fooled by what you see in September and don't ever be fooled by what you see in spring training. Not to say you can't make some opinions.
Got that right.
Well, you can catch all the action of the 2000 Major League Baseball postseason on Fox, TBS, and the Major League Network starting October the 1st. We understand Michael Wacha has carried his no-hitter through 7 tonight. Pirates hammering the Cubs. Well, you know, you always look back. You do it all the time. I mean, I know you know there's that cliche, hey, you can never look back. But look, it's only human nature every now and again. You don't have to look back very long. But it's always human nature to take a peek back and you look at really 4 series over the last month and a half for the Reds, and woulda, coulda, shoulda, I know. But when you lose 3 series in a row to the Brewers, and then you lose the 1 series against the Cubs after you had taken care of the Cardinals and the Dodgers in the 3-game sweep.
Right. Well, that was back-to-back series where they lost to the Cubs here and then lost to the Brewers there.
I only bring that up because you're sitting there looking at the standings, and I mean 2 games.
Well,
2 games you're behind in the division. And look, the Cardinals have a half dozen of those games too this year.
Everybody does. But it's the part of the nature of the beast where you go back and it allows you to see some of the things where you can get better. See some of the things that you can celebrate, the wins, big wins, like that week where the Reds played so well against the Cardinals and the Dodgers, and what everyone thought was going to be really a beginning to a tremendous September run. And the Reds have played very well in September. But I think there were a lot of folks that thought, well, the Reds are on the cusp of putting on a Dodger-like run that the Dodgers got on when Puig came to the big leagues, where they basically won every ball game they played. Road, home, or on the moon.
Dan Decker on the ground and out at first is a call.
He was hustling.
Yes, he was. The bottom of the 9th is coming up. Bruce Frazier and Kozar Sports Ohio brought to you by Cincinnati Children's Hospital, now the #1 ranked pediatric cancer center in the country, according to U.S. News and World Report's best children's hospitals in America. And by Chevy. Stop by your Tri-State Chevy dealer. Check out their full line of fuel-efficient vehicles. Well, coming up tonight and after every Reds game right here on Fox Sports Ohio, we have Reds Live. Brought to you by Kings Honda, the Kings Auto Mall. Reds Live. Visit KingsHondaUSA.com. All right, it will not be LaTroy Hawkins, who has been serving as their closer of late. Cowboy mentioned a moment ago that Vic Black acquired on August the 27th. That's when the deal was struck to bring Marlon Byrd. Of course, that was one of two blockbuster deals the Pirates made. They got Marlon Byrd from the New York Mets, having the best year of his career. Vic Black coming the other way, and of course they later would acquire Justin Morneau from the Minnesota Twins.
Well, Vic Black has the big fastball, hard biting breaking ball, very herky-jerky as he delivers the ball to the plate. Sometimes that can be a detriment on the hitter trying to pick the baseball up. Other times it can work against the pitcher from his control standpoint. We shall see. But either way, the Reds have got to get at least a couple of runs here to keep this train a-moving.
So 4-2 Mets in front. Jay Bruce to lead things off. A hitless night for Jay Bruce. It's been a hitless night for both Bruce and Votto against the left-hander Jonathan Neese. Last night it was a hitless night for both Bruce and Ludwig, while Votto walked 5 times.
Two quick fastballs. You see the motion of Atchison. Brings the knee up with the violent delivery. Very stiff front leg, straight over the top. That front leg is also what allows you to really snap the breaking ball down. Vic Black, not Atchison. 95, 96, 97.
Pulled down the right field line, foul, and out of play.
One thing, Tom, I think for young closers and really young bullpen guys that pitch at the end of the game, sometimes you get caught up in trying to have max effort with your stuff coming to the plate. But you still have to pitch. You still got to locate. You still got to change speeds. Because as we've seen with even Aroldis Chapman, who can hit triple digits ultimately at any point in time, you throw a good hitter enough fastballs at the same speed, sooner or later he's going to catch up to it.
Well, he keeps pumping him. He's in a rut at 95 miles per hour with that fastball.
Well, the reason that Jay has been able to get the bat to the baseball is all of those 95-mile-an-hour heaters are up around the upper thigh level. When you get it down in the bottom of the strike zone, that changes the whole temperament of that pitch.
Well, and the bottom fell out of that one, and that's all for Jay Bruce. One out here in the Reds' ninth.
Got this one down. Started it up where the other fastballs were, and then the bottom, as Tom said, fell out of it. Hit right behind home plate. There's some pitchers that like for their breaking ball to hit right on the plate, some right on that back corner. Depends on the break, depends on the batter.
Now Todd Frazier, 1 of 3 in the game, has hit the ball very hard twice, had a double up the left field line, scored in the 2nd inning, lined out right at the shortstop in the 4th, and flied out to right field in the 6th. I mean, this Black is not fooling around, man. I mean, he came in and charged Bruce with nothing but gas to begin the at bat, finally getting him off speed, and a first pitch heater to Frazier fouled away 0-1.
That is a prerequisite for someone that's going to pitch in the 9th inning. You better be fearless.
.32 saves in his minor league career. 17 of those came this year for Vic Black. He has never had a save in the big leagues. You remember that first time he got a chance to save a game in the big leagues?
Do I? Yeah. Hart was about to fold.
Where were you?
The Dodgers, Los Angeles. I was about to throw up. I was so nervous. I felt like my shirt was beating. My shirt was moving because my heart was beating so fast.
0-2 to Frazier. I mean, there is no fooling around whatsoever here.
Well, I guarantee you Vic Black right now has got some major league adrenaline going. That's one of those times where you got all these folks in the stands. It's the 9th inning. You got a chance for your first save. You can hear your heart beating in your ears, your nose, and your eyes.
That was a swing by Frazier. And he is going to reach base safely.
Well, Frazier took off immediately. He didn't take any chance on getting a check swing call. The problem was d'Arnaud could not find the baseball. It caromed off of his leg. Actually, it went right between his legs. And that's one thing when folks talk about Chase d'Arnaud. Blocking the baseball is a big issue for him.
All right, now Zach Cozart, 12 home runs, 63 runs batted in. Tying run at the plate. And it's low, ball 1. Reds have Mesoraco next. 1 out here in the bottom of the 9th inning. Back to the mound. There's one. And that will end the ball game. A double play off the bat of Cozart. So it looks like the Reds are going to lose some ground tonight. They'll slip a game behind the Pirates. That game's not over. It's in the bottom of the 6th inning, so a long way to go. But the Pirates have a 6-1 lead. As the New York Mets get 4 runs, all 4 of their runs in the 2nd inning, and they make that stand. Daniel Murphy clubbing a 3-run home run, and that is our Nissan drive of the game. Reds only had 1 base hit over the final 5 innings of this game. They did not have a hit in the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th inning.
How many times do you talk about it, Tom? Stay away from the big inning. And it came back to haunt the Reds tonight. They just were not able to generate any offense at all.
So they will go to the rubber game of this series tomorrow, and they're going to start Matt Latos. There was talk about Greg Reynolds perhaps starting tomorrow. That ain't happening. It's going to be Matt Latos tomorrow. It is time now for Reds Live right here on Fox Sports Ohio.